immortal king. I am the king unseen, I bring the music scene back. Hear my empirical rhymes added lyrical flow to this rap that's a fact. Fresh meat on the scene, I flesh out my routine to slip in between the obscene and uninteresting. Just a smoke treat for my infernal machine. I've sent to blow up on this track. Let me explain why my name's in this game. Let me share with you my hardship and pain. Let my left brain analyze and devise all these rhymes so your mind can surmise that my flow tells and lies. And I'm here to surprise, terrified at a mind. Say I actualize dreams I locked up inside, jeopardized by my insecure demons. Released every line symbolizing my triumph. I don't know everyone's hardships, didn't grow up with your pain. But I know that I'm the farthest thing from a thief looking for money or fame. I'm keeping it real, I over-reveal, I weep and I squeal. I'm caught to the real, an automobile that is stuck and get aimed at the cliffs of unreal.
Sad eyes shimmer gold, king leaps from his throne. Blood leaks from his mouth, breathe in, bleed out.
My journal is full of eternal requests to be blessed, but I'm stressed, can't digest it. The truth is a monster suppressed by my youth and expressed as a manifestation of blind ignorance. I confess the first step to assess the regrets that I've left unaddressed. I'm obsessed with my quest to find rest, decompress, get things off of my chest, finally take a breath. Used to believe money brought what I need, sought after riches to pockets with greed. Bought me a life only seen in my dreams, forcing it all but was missing a piece. Where was the glee? My guarantee, thought I'd be free of the misery carried through life, it's still torturing me. Yet I'm still filled with the dread of waking up alone in an ivory bed, faking that I know what's running through my head, shaking I'm alone as I stare at my phone, painstakingly waiting for love that's as pure as my own. Cause I thought I could answer the world, wasn't top at the chance it unfold. But I fought in that fight isn't dead, and I won't stop that fight till I'm dead and I'm cold.
Sad eyes shimmer gold, king leaps from his throne. Blood leaks from his mouth, breathe in, bleed out. Master of disguise, makes a wise cramps lost on you with the best advice. Try and realize where your bias lies. Blinded anger leads to hatred, but you can't surmise that the worst threat to your mindset is the toxic trust you inside, beaten to your eyes. Take a cobra's aim to immobilize. Play the victim just to save your pride. Spewing lies, think you slide, try to mesmerize friends you hurt who think the world of you. They'll desert you in the great divide. Takes a second just to tell a lie. Deception mountain piling up too high to climb. Tick tock, look like you're left alone to die. Hurry up, you're already out of time. Daylight turns cold, rise from the shadows.
Continue with unlimited rhymes intertwined with sublime wit inside of my mind, undefined by the rules of mankind. Chords align like the clocks at the start of springtime. Let's skip ahead. Sick of the attitude, sick of the attitude, sick of the poor being used without gratitude. Leave moral turpitude growing in magnitude, suffocates all the way work to combat it. Lost by corporations that intrude on the everyday lives of mankind. That's enough for you. Golden shades, diamond drinks, millions for worshiping, full of sick trouble tea. That's not enough for you. You act like you have it all, but the more you fought, the more you prove one thing. I am the king. I am the king. I am the king.
Yo, 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 yo. What up? Nice to see you all. Nice to be seen. Llama Bale -1. Should we do password one? Keep it private. Sure. Llama Bale -1 password 1. High hopes for PoE2? Yeah, so I mean, I've played Path of Exile 2 twice, and it was... They made it easier to understand. However, Path of Exile was also easier to understand upon launch, right? So it doesn't like mean it's going to remain that way. But I liked how they simplified a lot of things, like skill gems and stuff like that. So I think it's going to be a little easier for newer players to get into in that regard. It was very hard. I don't know if they've since made it easier, but it was like insanely hard the first time. Second time wasn't as bad. First time was like ridiculously hard. Game was just fun. Honestly, we had a blast with it.
Congrats on baby number 2.
Thank you. Trying to think what else. Okay. Let me look at this really fast. Okay. How's baby Lilith behaving? Does she seem happy with the new baby? She loves the new baby. FCR break for Mosaic? Mosaic's relies on IAS, not FCR. No, we'll just make it public. That's fine. Llama Bale -2. Today they are announcing Path of Exile 2 things? Stuff? They're showing a bunch of it, I think, and it's just a whole like announcement. So we're gonna watch that today. Do you mean what breakpoint are you normally on when you're running Mosaic? Just for like your teleporting and stuff? Is that what you're trying to get at? And I'll be doing commentary. Yeah, let me think. What else? Llama Bale -2 if you want to do some bailing. Yeah, it was fun. The co-op was a blast. So I really liked that. It still definitely is like more modern, you know. It still definitely feels like Path of Exile. They had some really good improvements to it. Nobody wants to bail, man. Why is battle like Diablo 2 Blizzard? Oh my god. Are you guys seeing all this lag? I cannot go to diablo2.blizzard.com. Every time I go there, it lags out. That's so weird.
Good afternoon.
I just want to see if Diablo 2 is on sale right now or not. It is on sale? Okay. I want to buy another copy. Probably high volume from WoW Classic in a few hours. Okay. Irk, thank you very much for the Prime sub, by the way. Yeah, I might buy like 2 more accounts then. Why would I buy 10 accounts? To get a bunch of character slots. It's the only way to get more character slots, and I'm maxed out on this account. So unless they start getting us more character slots on a single account. Llama Bale -3. Could just ask the people at Blizzard HQ to give me more slots. That's how it works. Have I played WoW Hardcore? Moo and I played some World of Warcraft. Did we play Hardcore or Softcore? I think I played a little Hardcore. Mostly played Softcore with it. Classic. It was fun. We had a nice time. And then we were gaming together, doing it, having fun, and then Moo was pregnant. And started getting like morning sickness and stuff. Evening sickness. So she stopped streaming. And stopped playing that because it was just rough. It's kind of hard to play World of Warcraft when you have to stop to go puke, you know? Doesn't really work in the middle of those battles. Can't you create another Battle.net account for free, and because you have D2R and certain community, just log into the new account and open D2R? I don't believe so. Path of Exile 2 is going to be another ARPG. What are we doing? Is this a speedrun? We are waiting for Path of Exile 2 announcement in 36 minutes. Do we know when in December PoE 2 will be released? Really, Figlet. Oh, because... Wait, did I not update? December 6th? Okay. I wasn't sure if that was public knowledge or not yet. I didn't want to be the one to accidentally leak. Icy Veins, Berserker, Barb. Let me see what skills I have. Oh! You're saying my video is wrong, right? I mean, I have one to Hal there. Thank you, Andreas.
Became a member.
Aww. Thank you for the baby diapers. Mwah. Appreciate it. When will I continue the hardcore Paladin speedrun? Probably. Yes, so I'll show it in a second after we kill Bale and start the new game and whatever. But I mean, I can just say it. So basically, oh, I'm not hitting him. what happened is, in Diablo 2 Resurrected, they changed it, and they made Find Potion a synergy of Find Item. So the build guide is now out of date in video form because of that. So we took the points from Hal and we put them into Find Potion because it's worth so much. Thank you, Nane, for the Prime sub. Reminding everybody in chat they might have a Prime sub available. And it could be in fulls and giving it to Daddy Bezos every month. When they could literally be buying diapers for poor, starving children. Oh man, I'm out of teepees. Let's pick some up. Just kidding, my children aren't starving, but, you know.
Hi.
They are skinny. Hi, Sukata. They're just really tiny. When did I start Lara this season? Day 1. Old Dirty Corn Dog, thank you very much for the Prime. Sukata with 108 months. That's so crazy. Feels like just yesterday we were like oohing eyeing about 100 months and now we're already at 108. Can't even believe it. Okay, we will need somebody who can kill Unravelers in here. I don't kill these guys. I guess we'll shoot some holy bolts at them.
Here is $5 to sponsor a stream of a Hell HC Paladin run where you cannot have any resistances
Not
from
working.
here. Potions, shrines.
Hell, I can't win any resistances. A 0 res. Okay, that did not quite work. Where are the people at? Where's all our peeps at? Y'all farming other things? No?
Afternoon.
Let's go get Mr. Man. Yeah, minus 62 is not great res. Come on, there you go. We're working? Well, who works at this day and age? That's my question. Isn't today a holiday? Path of Exile 2 announcement day? Pretty certain. Does Warren coding mean he's working? Yeah, but he's just playing video games. Well, I mean, designing, building a video game, but... What's the time where I live? It is 1:30. Wow, 108 months is exactly 9 years. That's crazy. Punter Juice, thank you. That's actually insane, Sukata. Almost a decade. You didn't think there were any unique charms? There are. You have many, actually. You have Jeed's Fortune, the large grand charm, Torch, the large charm, or the just unique large charm, Annihilus, the unique small charm, and then you have, what, 6 or 7 unique grand charms that are Sunder charms now. Will Pee-wee just be a blah blah show? What's a blah blah show? Are they going to talk about everything? Yeah, they'll probably show and tell is my assumption. They generally have pretty good show and tell, to be fair. You pronounce it Jeeds? I've been pronouncing it Jeeds the whole time. Yeah, I think Jeeds is right. Sunder charms were introduced in season 3? 2? 3? Maybe 2. No, 3. Patch 2.6, 2.4, one of the two. Why can't I join the game? Llama Bale -5. Oh, well now the game is full. Just as I explained what unique charms are, a unique grand charm dropped. That is the magic of being here. It was 2.6 then, I guess. You should become a member or subscribe on Twitch, and then you'll see some really crazy things with your drops. Crazy things not guaranteed. Results may vary. Now it's full. Yeah, it took long enough. My goodness.
How may I be of help?
Souls. Pee-wee to release for early access. We've had a lot of Unravelers as our bosses. Is December 6th. And I believe it is 30 doll hairs. If I'm not mistaken. And 6 months after that, it's free for everybody. And it'll be the same idea where it's the free to play with, you know, microtransactions. I'm sure they'll sell stash space and, you know, the usual whatever. But the first 6 months, early access is $30. Yeah, Phoenix, they're painful. Man, I need to go get a massage, you guys. Last night, I was sitting upstairs with Moo Girl, and all of a sudden, my back, I had a muscle spasm in my back. That's my assumption of what it was, at least. And I keeled over. I was in a ton of pain. Yeah, we're waiting for the announcement, so. And we went to dinner, still rough, all that stuff. I got home, getting worse and worse, went and laid down. Could not move. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get out of bed. I could not stand up. Baby was crying because it needed a new diaper and needed to be fed and all that stuff. I couldn't help Moo Girl. I literally was crawling on the floor. Trying to just move around. Try to stand up, collapse back again. For the entire night, muscle spasm so bad in my back. All I could do was crawl. So finally this morning I was able to at least stand up and start walking a little bit. And my back still hurts a ton. Yeah, I just need something. It happens to me like once every probably like 2 to 3 years. I'll just be like, hey babe, what do you want to do for dinner? And then just collapse to the ground. And I mean, it happened at Christmas like 3 years ago. And I was at my parents' house and I like couldn't stand up to like I went down to get the Christmas gifts and then I couldn't get up. And I was trying to like stand up on the, you know, using the table and I couldn't do it. So it just takes like a few days, maybe a massage, and a lot of water and whatever. Happened to me the other day trying to put groceries in the trunk. Yeah, I mean, I definitely like get spasms. But this is probably the longest that I went where I physically could not stand up and walk. Like, I'm not just like exaggerating or just like... I mean, I actually could not stand up. It was, I literally, if I tried to stand up, fell to the ground in pain with massive pressure. It was like so much pressure and pain on my spine when I do that. Oh, it's horrible. Lower back. Until I just laid down, and even crawling hurt, but at least I could move a little crawling. Bad, man. That's how your bulging disc squish nerve issue started? Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know. I'm really hoping it's not a disc issue. Because that's also, like, you know, could potentially be... Did I take an MRI? I did not. I mean, it just happened yesterday, but... Hip mobility probably helps. Doctor will give me muscle relaxers. Yeah. Is it sciatica? Is that... I mean, I know sciatica is a thing. But I don't have any, like, pain, weakness, numbness, or tingling in my legs. It more like I say, it's more spasm and stuff because it's in my lower back, and then when I would try and stand up or whatever, it was like a pressure, like imagine my back is here. It was like a pressure that started on the outside and then converged right down into like the middle of the back, like the lower portion of my spine. Oh, I'm sorry about that, LTR. That's rough. They don't last for days unless it's disc. Well, I can already stand up and move. It's been maybe 18 hours. I can move after about 14 hours. I can stand up. I know why. The worst part is failing with the parent duties. Yeah, I mean, Moo Girl wasn't feeling well. And I'm literally, like, because she's kind of sick. So her, you know, her nose, and she had a little fever and all that stuff. We got a baby knocking. All that. She's not feeling good. And I'm laying in bed, and I feel fine, like head-wise and all that stuff, but I literally could not stand up to go and help her. Cut off one of your fingers, your back won't hurt as bad as that. Honestly, I think having my finger cut off would hurt less than how much my lower back hurt when I tried to stand. Like, I'm pretty decent with pain, I'd say, but this was at like a 9. Like, physically impossible to stand up. Felt like my spine would blow out. Answer. Well, the problem is if I answer it, she's gonna want me to pick her up. And I've already had to pick her up a couple times today. You herniated your L5S1 not too long ago. Spine pain's no joke. Spine pain is insane. You are what you eat? Well, I try and eat as much candy as I possibly can every day. So that way I can be super sweet. You're getting pain leaning forward and picking things up. I mean, anything right now is, you know, pain on it. Oh boy. Dolls! Dolls and unravelers, so can't do much help for you on that one. Sugar equals inflammation? Yeah, that's why I'm trying to eat a lot of candy. I don't want inflammation, so I'm trying to inflammate it. I think that's how that works. You have 2 disc herniation? Ugh. Exactly, Paladin. Have you ever considered a standing disc? You serious right now? I need to do yoga. Honestly, I probably need to do some more stretching.
Salutations.
Oh, oops, did I pull that out or? Oh no, okay. Today marks 2 weeks without alcohol. I'm craving some. Congratulations on 2 weeks. Keep it up. Today marks 34 years and 2 months without alcohol here. It only gets easier. I do not envy the position you're in. But just remember, even if you only go 2 weeks quitting or 2 months or 2 days, whatever it is, that is that amount of time, right? People always like, you know, I see that with smoking, right? Or just any of those addictions, right? Hey, every time I try and quit, I never make it. I make it a few months and then I relapse. It's like, hey, but that's a few months more that your body is not dealing with smoking or alcohol or anything like that. So it's still better than if you had been smoking during that time. So even if you do relapse, even if it's anything like that, like any time that you can take away from it, that you can take a break from it, is going to be better for your body. Honestly, with how addicted I am to candy and sugar, I should probably never take a sip of alcohol. It's one of the main reasons that I never started. I'm like, man, if I did, there's potential that I just... Have I checked my diabetes levels? My blood sugars are great somehow. The only thing that's bad is my cholesterol. And I've got a little bit low B12. Whatever that means. You've never actually drank alcohol at all? I have not. I really, like I say, I honestly, one, I didn't find the appeal of it. But two, I know that I have a very addictive personality with that, and I drink things really fast. Like, I just chug water and stuff, so. And I'll tell you what, if you ever want to get free drinks, Just don't drink alcohol. Every guy, girl, doesn't matter. Non-binary, every person I know, as soon as they hear I don't drink, let me buy you a drink. Let's go to the bar, I'll get you a drink. I've had, I promise you, I've had probably 200 plus drinks offered to me, and I don't even go to bars or anything. I've maybe been to a bar 30 times in my life. Just from, like, you know, events or whatever things. More than a couple hundred. I mean, 1,000 times. I've been offered so many free drinks. And not just like, oh, hey, you know, after the hockey game, do you want a beer? Because they offer everybody a drink there and stuff. I'm saying people that are like, let me buy you this drink right now. I know, I need to start being like, yeah, I've never had a steak and lobster dinner before. They'll be like, cool story, bro. Nice, Brian. They all want to corrupt you, man. At first they don't believe you, but then when they actually start to believe you, they're like, my mission in life is I must corrupt this person. You stop drinking soda? Yeah, I also mostly don't drink soda. My girl and I have a soda maybe once every few weeks
in my 20s,
at
I would
most.
have done the same
Once
thing.
every month or...
At almost 40 I get it. I rarely drink now.
Yeah. After being an avid drinker who quit 10 years ago, as someone who hangs out at bars even now, I get offered drinks constantly. Yeah. People love to buy drinks for the people that don't drink. I just found it was funny that, like, you know, the stigma, the general idea was always it would be someone like, you know, the girl at the bar. Every guy would just be buying her drinks. But then if she found out I didn't drink, she'd be like, I want to buy you a drink. I was like, this is a cheat code. So, you just got to convince them that they've corrupted you with it or whatever. If you actually want to have the drink. When will PoEs 2 start? We have 6 minutes. Also, Soul Melts, thank you very much for reaching board level 5 in exclamation mark Monopoly. I think it's the last day. Yeah, I'm trying to give you guys some dating advice. If you want to flip the tables at the bar and actually have the girl buy you a drink, just tell her that. You're good to go. What, Moo Girl's getting oysters? You know what they say about oysters, Moo. They're slimy and gross. Blech. You want a martini and oysters? Okay. I'll take you to the little shady place across the street. I think they've got oysters there. This sounds like you asking girls to rub sunscreen on your back at 18. I've never worn I've never worn sunscreen before. Would you mind putting it on? No, I will take you to Fancy? Moo, we only have 5 subs today. You get across the street. That's how it goes. You get McOyster. You convince some people in chat that they might have a Twitch Prime sub available. What if his Camry breaks down? Okay. Look, just because the check engine light's been on for 9 months doesn't mean it's going to break down. You feel PoE 2 will be worse than PoE 2 from launch? Wait, what? God's Fury! With 10 gifted subs! Wow! Alright, Moo Girl. You've been upgraded. McOysters out the window. We're now going to Applebee Oysters. Moving on up. Exactly, Kai. Thank you so much, gods. That is insane. Dang, these minions of destruction are tearing people apart. Ow! Why are they so strong? Why did everybody just get wrecked? One minute. Log in. Yeah, we'll finish this one. Nice, Kasim. Why not add a treadmill? Because my back. I don't know. That seems like a bad idea.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old world.
Now we'll
Ready
just
your
put the
men,
chats
Captain.
off.
We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
You hear the whispers? What do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth.
Woo!
Why do I always get stuck with
Spicy.
walkies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Whoa! That scared me. Is that better sound?
Sullen!
Ariel Debinis, Anan, became a member.
Thank you, Ariel.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren?
Uh-oh.
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain!
He didn't actually say that word.
Blade up!
Come on. I'm ready. I'm ready.
What the frack?
It's a man.
No, it's not.
Bro, it don't even care.
Run.
Yo! Love BSG. So say we all. Yeah, that's gonna work. You just saw the shadow cloak. Oh no!
Captain! Captain!
Why are you here?
Oh, that does work, I guess.
Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Uh-oh. Don't push the button.
What is it?
Dang!
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Yeah. That's a sick trailer.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said,
Jesus.
My methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice. We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must. Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the Endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
This is how you start the game, by the way. All the characters you don't choose
this is where
get
you
hung,
find yourself
and that's
at the start.
your character
PoE 2.
is the first character, right?
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the
No! No!
Starry Desert.
No! That's not me, right? Is that me?
And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging
That's not me, right? Everybody, let me see. Is everybody
monsters,
in the chat?
hidden runes,
Yeah, okay, good. It's
lost
them.
camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters,
That
meet
boss is
strange
also
characters,
cool at the
forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost
Or
civilizations.
the end of Act 1, I guess. Yeah.
But first,
end of
you'll need
Act
to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum.
Monk is a
Like
cool
all
character.
classes in PoE 2,
The bell is
you'll
like
want to use a wide variety of skills to
insane.
mix and match different combos.
You put this bell down, and then you just keep like banging the bell, and it keeps like triggering and stuff. It's really. It was very strong.
To get new skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2.
Thank you, trailer.
You can choose an existing.
Why is the video choppy? It's not me, it's them. Thank God they put that up. Hey man, better than the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight, right? Got like 5 times the frames. Let's see. Prime train. Look, it's a Prime train, everybody. Use your Prime subs. Get in on this Prime train. You can just hover over the screen and press subscribe with Prime. Wow, that's crazy. They broke. Fix my internet. It isn't me. You think Blizzard sabotaging? They're sitting there like. No sockets on items anymore. Yeah, so your gems now, we can take a look.
So, just what are we facing here?
Never mind. Oh, wait. They got it.
Power and tends to harness. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves.
Here we go.
So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2.
Wait, nope.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same.
There are so many bosses in this game, it's insane, you guys.
The source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge
like
unlikely bonds, and uncover lost
20
civilizations.
unique bosses in Act.
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems.
Yeah.
Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses
that
the
made
staff.
skills way easier.
There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use staggering palm to punch them down.
It is a much harder game, at least in the early. Again, I only played through Act 1 and Act 2.
There are 21 active skills for
slower,
so this
and you have to roll a lot more. And
by endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Just get
now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor.
Now, late game,
even though the mace slams are slow,
fast,
you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Nice.
Among the skill options for maces, you'll find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries,
so I think
and shield
that's a
skills.
new thing they put in.
Here, I'm going to slam the ground,
because
rending it apart with lines of fire.
It was really
Any
rough.
slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava.
A lot of the
with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
Long wind-up skills were horrible because you would just
Warrior
die
can
before
also
it
use
finished
war
off.
cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry,
Like
for
that
example,
one.
will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all
really
damage from
cool.
the front, even spells.
Yeah.
While holding up
The
your
shield
shield, your
was an
stun
awesome
meter will
thing.
build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also
shield
gives
was
you access
cool.
to shield
I don't
skills
feel like I
shield
used
charge,
it a ton
which
in
allows
terms
you
of
to
block.
charge towards enemies and stun them.
It was really only on slow
While
enemy
charging, you're
attacks.
also blocking the whole time,
But a
so
lot
you
of
have full
times,
damage immunity from the front.
many mobs would just attack too rapidly.
The Warrior
that you
also
didn't
has
really
access to
shield much.
totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks
Yeah,
like
and you would
those
just
from the
roll
Earthquake.
generally, but
you can also get
if a
Ancestral
monster was
Warrior
like,
Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your
then
repertoire.
shielding worked.
This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
This is really cool.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat.
The ranger is probably the best feeling class, I would
Bow
say.
skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bounces, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat.
Really nice.
Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen.
We did not have that.
To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
Like I say, the
if you want to call in some suppressing
ranger
fire,
with
you
WASD
can summon
feels
artillery
really
ballistas.
nice.
These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in.
WASD on the warrior felt
There
a
are
little
22
weird
active skills for
because
crossbows. By
playing
endgame,
with
you'll be
the
calling
skills
destruction down from
where
the
your
sky as you
fingers
litter the
need to go.
battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun.
Like, it's hard to go top
If
left.
you're looking to take a backseat and let your
also
minions do
use
the work,
your
then
potion.
the witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game,
Ranger
with
and monk.
skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
Raging Spirits is always
For
fun.
the Witch, though,
I'd
we'll
consider
want to be
doing that
using
one.
our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
Yeah, these are also dope because you can literally get
Here,
a
I'm
specter
using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would
any
like in my horde.
creature
You can see the
whatsoever in
spirit
the
cost
game.
of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak. Useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more
These are the
heavy hitters in my army,
skeletons,
so I'm going to unsummon
later
some
on you
warriors
can
and
get
instead add
specters of
skeletal arsenals.
Anything else whatsoever.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar.
Sorceress was so bad.
The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more.
In the alpha.
Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning
but it's
storms,
just because
you
the
get the idea.
mana versus
each spell is
her
unique and has
damage
many different ways to build
really
and combo with others, even between different elements.
So I'm sure they fixed it.
For
Just
example,
that was only
Flame
reason.
Wall conjures a burning line that not only
But it was
damages
so cool
enemies,
because you could
also
shoot
empowers
like
all projectiles
charge
that pass
bolts
through it.
through the firewall.
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it,
or
they'll
lightning
gain extra
sparks,
fire damage.
and then the lightning
It's a
sparks
good idea to
become
take
enchanted.
advantage
It
of
was
the
awesome.
ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access.
We'll
But
definitely
we'll be
play and
adding
stream
6
this
more
for
character
at least a
classes
few
with just
days.
as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
It's really
For
smart
example,
though, because now they give you
a poison ranger might
recommendations,
want to
you
try
know.
out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet.
Dude, the bell
let's
is
talk
so
about support
broken.
gems.
You just set it up next to bosses, and then you just go.
Path of Exile 2 has a
And the
system of
bosses
support
just
gems that can be
die.
combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem
Machine
and
gun
can be
bell
used to
will
add
definitely
multiple
be a bell.
projectiles to any skill.
Maybe I should do that one first.
Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills in your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage.
This is a huge piece.
Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time.
For instance,
But
you
if
only
want
get
to
one
experiment a bit
multi-shot.
more, then uncheck
So you
that
can't put
recommended
multi-shot
button, and you
on
can see
all
the
of your
full list of
skills.
supports that will
You
work
can
with your
just have it
skill.
on explosive shot.
There are
or just
hundreds
have
of
it on
support gems to choose from,
voltaic grenade,
and even
or
we don't
just
know the
on
results of all
crossbow
the
shot.
possible ways these can interact.
So it's actually really
Each
cool
skill can
instead
have
of like
5 supports
every
socketed
build
into
I
it.
just or every
And if you're clever, you can
skill,
come
I
up with
just
some
put the
pretty
same
interesting
5 things
ideas.
on.
Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree.
Yes.
Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
Jesus.
Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get
Easy,
1 point to
boys.
put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the Mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the Mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
Which is different
You
from
can change
PoE,
which
where it
attribute
was
these nodes
just
give you for half price at the respec vendor.
the same, you know.
In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take
really
advantage of specific bonuses on the
But
tree.
it was confusing, at least
For
in
the
alpha,
Sorceress,
to
you
figure
might
out.
want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Yeah, it's really sick.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the Canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act.
I don't remember that boss.
Now we haven't even
There was
talked
an
about the
ice
most
boss
important
that
element of
wrecked me,
character
though, in the
progression.
first,
Items.
like, the first area.
That's why
It was
we're all
like
here, right?
The Bloodmore, I walk out.
Items in Path of Exile can be
There's an
broken
ice
down into
boss, and he
4
was just
rarity
like,
groups.
and I just
Normal,
died.
magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with one mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance.
Nice.
This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold.
Yeah,
gold can be
now
used to buy
exists.
items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble.
True, Lydia.
Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your
This
passive
town
skills.
is super cool.
Take advantage of the system to experiment
like
with your
on
tree and
this
rework it as
caravan
required.
train
The other
town,
thing you
yeah,
might want to use
it's
gold
really
for is the
cool.
currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
Except gold, interesting.
Now, most
Gold
gear in
is not
Path of Exile
tradable.
2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
That is so funny. Gamble sprint.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
That's cool.
And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Nice.
The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests
It
that
is
you
not
must
big
complete
part.
to unlock your Ascension
Skill
class.
gems now go into
We'll
a
explain these
skill
trials
gem
soon,
tree.
but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do
They
for your
untied it
character.
from items.
Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
That's pretty cool.
With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze.
Time freeze.
Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
Kind of like Weaver and
On the Warrior,
Weaver's
you can choose
Ultimate
between the
in Dota 2.
Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Dude, stunning
As a ranger,
bosses
you might choose to be a
was,
Jedi,
super
an
OP.
expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile.
Oh, that's sick.
With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With eagle eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
Yeah, it does.
Running assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while relentless pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon.
Yo!
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
That's sick.
She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
Oh, you get to be Avatar!
Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well.
Huh.
Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Dang.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems.
Wow.
Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access, but one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Secumus, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Secumus, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Secumus. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial.
Elon
For
is
example,
not the top player
entering
in
this
Diablo
room
4,
will afflict you
nor in
with
the top
Spiked
20.
Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50%
Possibly
increased life.
somebody he pays to
You will
play
want
on
to
his
take care
account
if you
is.
choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial.
promise you he is.
Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Secuma's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the djinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys.
Dang.
Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree.
That is cool.
Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Secumus, but we'll save that for the section on the Endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Secumus is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests.
Yeah, hopefully Lab
A high
is
priest
more,
of the Vaal
very
must show
fearless
willingness to
story.
risk
Exactly.
everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds?
Rip that
Before
dude.
you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
1,500 nodes in the skill tree.
As you enter the room, the Trial
Hazards.
Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. after each room you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekhmers, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to Endgame. So how about we talk about that now?
Yeah.
So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the Endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we would concentrate on endgame and make that great.
Interesting.
For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80%
4, 5,
there.
6 hours.
We'll be adding content like roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards.
Nice.
You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
What?
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better
What if you
items.
just like lock
You can
all,
also
like
find
fully lock
strong
yourself
boxes.
in?
These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing
New
different
character,
items,
get
and you
good.
can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Just blow the corpse up and kill him. Do it.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category.
That's what I'm wondering, Brian.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
Ooh, nice.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
That's cool.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects.
Yeah.
Combining these
That's
with the
sick.
currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items,
Whoa,
and
look
we
at
can
those
get
boots.
a very nice pair
Those
of
are
boots
gorgeous. Holy cow.
indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
Yeah, I mean, this,
for each different
it's
type
way
of
deeper
content
than
in the
Diablo
endgame,
4
we
goes.
are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come.
But not everybody
Bosses are
wants
not
that,
the only
you know?
icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach.
Some people
If you played PoE
just
1,
want a
you
simple,
might be familiar
easy-
with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While
So
the
I don't
mechanic
think
is
it's going to
familiar, the
destroy it
monsters,
because it's
bosses,
different enough in that
rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you
Already
run over them.
overwhelmed?
These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation
we're also
to face the demon
getting the
hordes.
entire
in addition,
game
each
in,
in-game
like,
mechanic needs to have a
you know,
pinnacle
an hour.
in-game encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find
As you play
breach
through,
splinters.
there
Collect
should
enough
be,
of
you know,
these and you'll be
little
able to
tutorials and
create
things
a
like
breach
that.
stone. Using a Vaal technology called
It'll
the
still
Realm
be a lot,
Gate, you can use your breach stone to
but
access their domain and
it
bring
will
the
be
fight to them.
easier than
In this
to
twisted
understand.
domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one. This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect
What in the world? Omens?
Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree.
Nice.
Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a
they're
special
really bringing
interest
a
in
lot
you.
of things
Step
over
through the
from
looking glass
PoE
and you'll find your
in the
nightmares
Endgame.
coming to life.
Like
When you
right
touch
out
a
the
mirror,
gate,
the
they've
mists
got
of Delirium
so much
spread
stuff.
out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition.
We keep going!
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem.
It's not pay to win.
Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we're not done yet.
Oh,
the
no, it's
trials
not.
we talked about earlier have much more content when you get
Atlas.
to Endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own
these
challenging
traps are
rooms
sick looking.
and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example.
Okay.
There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Dang.
Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free.
I might actually
Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts.
Look at that Liberator.
Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Veil of Ogham.
Dang.
And the offspring of a vicious Crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
That Crowbell boss he's cool. This really is very similar to
On top
it.
of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet.
Aww.
The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic.
Nice.
Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy.
They don't actually do anything.
Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin.
It's all cosmetic.
Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. the King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukulama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future.
That's cool, the statues.
Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races?
Oh my god.
You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device.
6 months later, Red Hawk.
Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on
Boat
to oversee your
races
growing
and
kingdom.
llamas hideout.
Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin,
Sir
and the
Corbin
Redemption
Dallas
shield
gifted
skin.
a tier 1 sub to Mr. Llama S. co-official.
Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development.
Hi Llama, I can't.
And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary.
Good reminder.
By becoming a Liberator of Ray class supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
I'm in the top one, obviously, Commander. I gotta get the boat races going and stuff. While we wait for the Q&A, we'll go into
the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new Ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content. Because
I don't think there's PvP.
It was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder endgame and your 3 acts and... the half the classes, but you've made a decision here clearly that's got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another, and I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices, and that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because so we're progressing. It's we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's to actually say, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, that we it's pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's they're all just whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
Saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time. So some of us are we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it, You know, we talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
yeah, I love how they all are seated the same way.
Kind of blew me away.
Same leg cross.
So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the Endgame. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to Endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of Endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out.
If you work on PoE,
absolutely,
you have to.
Well, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, you know, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, you know, 40 axes, you know, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like
4 days.
It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out.
They're always like, I hope it'll take a couple months, and then 4 days later, somebody's going to have
easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
Crushing
a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people. A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just, we're just updating the character rigs. And over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that. They really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company.
Shout out!
You get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And
Rakinishu?
I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caleb.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything. And so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100.
so
honestly,
many.
probably later, several more hundred
They have
once all the
so
end
many
games,
bosses.
everything start to evolve
insane.
and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game. And if anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing.
They
so
were.
like,
He's
obviously
totally
some
right.
are bad and some are good.
When I
to
played
different
the
people
alpha,
and all that, that's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun.
All
but,
the different boss fights.
It is true that me pushing for that
Again,
thing
there was like
literally
30
created
in Act
thousands and
1.
thousands and
They
thousands
were
of hours of
insane.
work.
They were super
now,
cool.
Worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like
And
the scope was
memorable.
kind of small
I
on
remember
numerous
so many of
axes,
those
and
already.
as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially?
Insane.
Just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever into this like mega scale
Graphical
entire
level, yeah.
campaign. Yeah, everything. But
Full standalone separate game. Yeah.
fun other anecdote since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing, right from the ground up again. It's like, wow, there's way more stuff there, and like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and like it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing in 2
Well, I heard
weeks,
you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Really?
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me.
Oh my god, that's hysterical, actually.
It's good. a few little. I'm sure there's a few. Things
The Act
to work
1
out over
boss.
the next 2 weeks.
He's
I
in
hope the
this.
team can
You
have
have
a
to
little
take
bit
an
of rest
elevator
before
down
they
to
get
get
back into
to it,
maybe.
and then you fight in this arena.
It's been a lot. So
So
you've done that
he
pivot
knocked
to
the
the
boss
endgame
onto
focus
the
and got
elevator,
so
and it
much
went
focus
up.
now to play around in the beta, and it seems like
It's hysterical.
Originally, I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over some Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, it should be pretty significant. I mean, we've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea.
It was actually funny in the Act 1 boss.
So is there going to be wipes and resets?
So while you were going down the elevator, you'd be getting attacked.
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did.
Interesting.
In that
So they're not deleting
a glorious kind of snapshot of
early access. They're just moving it to its own
But
league.
effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about the playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you just got to remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the Ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, endgame systems, the bosses.
They were like, what we need to do?
It's not going to be this,
bigger.
I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. I'm maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do.
Am I starting off in hardcore?
I am
No
very excited for that.
chance.
Well, yeah, as we were saying,
there's so many one-shot mechanics.
I think you were
and
saying how
stuff.
much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype.
So, exactly.
You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exile characters. Yeah.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and and mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're going to get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think, you know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because like, you know, 1 exalt. Given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably...
ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased... you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE 2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, you know. Like
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
Yeah, I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows?
Yeah.
The market will have to.
Yeah, but I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to? At that
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, you know, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months. I think it
they're very
could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that like all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be a scramble of like, you know, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like, you know, that's always scary. You know, because it's just when we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. You know, we have the you know, just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect.
Machine Gun Bell.
Hundreds of support gems that can be like that. So you know, that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but you know, we like a challenge. I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because, you know, we have all the stuff that we kind of, you know, got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff that's coming. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure, like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. You know, I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. You know, the Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But you know, there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. You know, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved,
the class and Ascendancy
like a year down the line or even
that
longer.
Is a lot.
And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time.
That's a lot of different characters.
We want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and get it back into the idea of everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Get back into this. People are seeing, actually getting back into that and being able to sort of see directly, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, that kind of stuff. And that really, that has been our studio for most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. That is our goal. And so getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, really long term things, that span over years. It's you go so long without proper feedback, stuff kind of gets made, and then it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access, it is a beta period, and I'd say personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus, we have other systems in there, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things the endgame system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. We'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things, and we'll make it work. So, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. That flask thing, the most recent change to that was ultra recent. I don't we even had a closed beta of that yet. Was it? No, I think
we didn't get to test it in the alpha.
But I think it's way better than it was. It's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at Endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, you know, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at Endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the you know, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, you know, like it's like, you know, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess.
I mean, it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But you know, so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, you know, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, you know, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to Floss since we're on the topic. You have
that is interesting.
Locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like, you know, the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. Sure. I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily
So we've got Leech, edition number 475, how it works. And we've finally got it right this time. You know, I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be... No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then like everyone's going to come up with like in chat a bit. I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this whatever. But there's like seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
I love it.
You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding
it's good
a little
because
bit,
you know they have the passion.
We can't forget our
you know?
roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching?
They have passion. Is
it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league, and we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
Funnily enough,
it's just like all that stuff is then is like coming up soon. So but we'll see how it goes. But we need to get that PoE1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, I just want to always make it clear that, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to Endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere.
But I have a feeling that the hype around PoE 2 is more due to the hype towards
stable, and then
Diablo
we're
4.
going to be like, all right,
Give
let's
us anything,
recalibrate,
but not
figure everything
D4.
out,
I saw at
and what
least
is our plans,
50%
and
of
then
the old
establish
mechanics,
all of that,
old fonts,
based also
tons
on the
of
feedback we
MTX,
get
and
from
more
that,
from PoE1.
period where everything's on fire.
IDK, D2R.
Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems. And
Hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and
we don't have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my Mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Maybe alpha?
Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Is this when he's finding fires already? No. These are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, and there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience under your belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE2 league launch, PoE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic
every 2 months, just alternate.
It was pretty.
Really
that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE2 is much better than what it was in PoE1. There's a lot more kind of, that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. Effectively, we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But
guilty.
One thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, like, when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
Yeah, we were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. So that kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat the quest.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hello, adventure. Skip.
You explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that the Ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So,
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the Acolyte of, and I always get this name wrong, the Acolyte of, is it Chalula? Chayula, I always say this wrong. The Acolyte of Chayula, for example, so that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer. And the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the Acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. We're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy. And interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, yeah, that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line. And if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you. And it's like, yeah. And so there's interesting things like that. And it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that. But there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah. I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, or find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of
history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before, we didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an Ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow Ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow Ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
makes picking an Ascendancy more epic specific. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get
the
tattooed
Blood
on
Mage
them
look
as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes.
What was the other one?
Players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the Ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct, that another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, "Oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, it's just another lab again." But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like, how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God, with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. It's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the Ascendancies. So, and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Marraketh, a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos.
Sorry.
A lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs and, you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item-generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like, you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
well, as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. Yeah. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
yeah. So. How on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did.
You did.
I did. I did pass. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum.
No matter how hard the devs make it,
but I did quite like.
Whenever they bring in the pro players, it's always like,
what?
Even we fail it.
So you got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta at launch, but they've done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
and your defenses now. It can be fully mitigated and everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
and then with Ultimatum, and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no traps in Ultimatum and no honor system in Ultimatum. If you just want more of a pure combat experience, then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
they will eventually.
Is a secret for now.
So once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the Kurui in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Kurui ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the Kurui at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, it'd be so cool if you ascend in Ultimatum, we want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems.
Make it so the Kiwi carries the keys. That'd be
we
cool.
have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay. Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus 1 socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get, like on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get +1 socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Valobs are more forgiving though. Like,
they are, yeah.
But if you think
it's free
about
to try Diego.
we talked about enchantment. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were. Multiplied.
Okay.
But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the classes we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like. Okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. They all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you've got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger, and but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. You might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right? Yeah. Playing spells. Like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it, out there who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a quill rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, archer, spellcaster, mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a quill rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad, and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. You don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that, and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to, go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one Ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
It sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the Ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 Ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, At this point they'll just be different, right? Like originally way back when we were planning on just keeping the Ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough, because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things going on.
I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. Like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work? It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. So, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if you did
wonder
that,
if
you
Pathfinder
could
would be cool with that.
Exactly,
like stacks of charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets, as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there, and just didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come up with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So,
for sure.
I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that All Gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the Mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
you absolutely that's
actually a very cool Mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So I mean that stuff is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill.
That's what I was going to do.
So I was like, oh man, that's like a whole other thing. Like that.
That's
I didn't even know
about
that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer, and I was like, I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then. So and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
How much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
And then you
ting,
have
ting,
armor
ting.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and
yeah.
And Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun.
build
But, yeah.
nerf day
I
one,
generally
I know.
play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. I play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then, try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing it's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, and I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
It's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
You're supposed to be making game, not
Exactly.
hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever.
Dude, that's
I was
hysterical.
like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot
Whenever
of the time,
Mark's
what is
walking
reported
by,
is
they're all
just fine.
alt-tabbing
and
and
it's like,
stuff.
you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like I have to find the big this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even. Like, there needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have
Creating
five.
the best games
Here's your 5
Classic.
freeze things, and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it, so you actually have some
Until
choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my PS? Where do I put, like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build.
I do agree with that a lot. I think that's a really good change.
I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is, and so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in a situation where you like, I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly. That is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build. 100%. I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And maybe
you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know? But it's like, exactly. It's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like, you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense.
WASD is just
another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like, that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might.
All of us went there and played it and tried it.
I think for Vile skills, especially, it's
the only thing I didn't love it on.
But I think the transfer thing is also
and this was also when there were more.
If you're looking to be able to like the reason why transfer
was like the warrior.
We got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different things around the same skill.
Picture your hand.
At this point, we don't need to do that.
If you press down,
we're already still adding new skills. You know what I mean?
W and
all the iterations of it are like less of a.
Try and reach the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
I mean,
keys.
I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future.
Right. So if you're moving to the top left,
you have Sasha going to
pushing the 1, 2, 3. Honestly,
I actually don't know the number.
3, 4, 5 weren't as bad because we had your,
I think when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240.
You couldn't push 1, 2.
I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that
to push it.
I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than
that.
Yeah,
because I think we're nearing that now.
And there's no like
classes.
You have your dodge roll.
That means that there's going to be a lot
more. Like 100 of them or whatever, or like some little utility skill.
But there's no like like in Counter Strike.
Yeah,
I would like jump. Or in a lot of games, I'd like jump.
There's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm.
But here you don't have like a slide or a jump a lot of times. So your character actually stops when you try and do it, and sometimes that was deadly. So I didn't love it
around
in that
there,
case,
120 something like that. Around I think probably 120.
That was
around there, like
small
that.
Thing, yeah.
But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. So you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the Ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly. Right? We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah. I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
Yeah, I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
Tons. Yeah, it's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, Ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild, because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh, wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep. It's, so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
Yeah. I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add, additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like Add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so we're like, damn it, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really
I
difficult.
like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually mean it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well.
Good sense.
So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all the this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
That's going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something
that won't be in here, Mark.
So onto the Endgame, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the Endgame versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the Endgame pinnacle versions of the two trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics,
like relics.
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you'll
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a name.
We probably have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That's that one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need.
Progress. No, not again.
Progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder, and then and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them and you can either do just all in one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for. Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. So that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is.
Anybody who pays $30.
How it's been in P1 a lot of time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps. To,
right.
Get your old juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do,
you have to buy
and as well, and making it harder.
Or
if your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain that, then you will be able to sustain that stuff.
Path of Exile
if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the breach node, it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Whoa, that's cool.
Generally, that will increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0, then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the
base... It reminds me of Moo Girls, how'd your hockey game
you
go?
might want to just be like...
And then an hour later, I'm like,
and then this guy
had this one shot,
I think that's a much better way than some of the systems
I got my blocker and just barely...
The nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually specifically tailor the difficulties of the different
which I love. Again, I love it.
Changes.
Yeah, this
it is a bit long-winded.
Shoots has more projectiles.
I will
admit. Kind of thing. So whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like
It's
there's a lot more
because
players to kind of discover experimentally.
you ask them a
areas like
question
this.
and they just go on and on about all the
And that,
things
it's
they
gonna be
thought
different for
about
different
when
players too,
discovering
like,
it and
a different
what
build
they
is affected
did.
by a
Oh,
different
what if we do
change
this when
also.
we're developing? And, you know,
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build,
that I do have
or
to
by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So
content?
this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like the harder you make, the hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players, because effectively, like, a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, you know, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like, that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really, like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is. Like, we have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but you know, I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here, because what we'll see is, like, you know, if we find that, like, you know, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that, because we don't have the crazy history. You know, PoE does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to, you know, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without, you know...
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary, because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time, you know? So you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things, but, like, a lot of these are, like, very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much... a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it, and using it well as you get into these higher tiers.
Dodge roll was one of the most
gear is
necessary
always a way, and
things
combinations of uniques and
game.
passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block,
or
shield block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say, any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of, like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan.
So
of.
PoE 1 has its own client and Steam, so I imagine you're going to have the same thing
in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, you know, having the connected areas.
I don't know. I would imagine they also have their own launcher of it,
quite,
but maybe it is just all
Atlas
Steam
does.
and Epic.
So that's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, you know, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had, where like, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like, I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever. So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole, like, I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have both of the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring, but because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, you know, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like the, you know, like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You've got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you'll all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
Didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map? Like,
so effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well. Yeah. Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yes, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range you can see.
Into the fog of war. The fog kind of in 3D the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about what sort of economic consequences that have for how players progress through maps? Is it easier to?
I don't seem hyped.
You don't have to collect all of these individual.
I mean,
maps
I'm very
hyped. Bonuses and stuff we do currently.
We're 3 hours into this. I'm just
hunting down over 100 maps to get completion.
I'm like, I just want to play.
Now you're hunting.
That's where we're at.
You're hunting certain valuable maps. You're hunting towers. You're
I just
hunting
want to play
content. You're
There's
hunting.
So much stuff.
The warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps. A very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little weird.
So we wanted to start with actually like at least, I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're in
you're on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but
For when it
you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we? Don't. There's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right.
Delve up. Oh,
so we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be a little marker just so you know.
That's nice.
But honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops and effectively the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. Like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one. Because, obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring around.
You're picking
your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I don't know. Right? You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I was looking?
Not yet.
Jonathan's like, wait, no, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting. I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So
I think I'll like it.
Like,
yeah, so effectively,
will it be?
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content. I'm just doing good content.
But it is kind of the analog of that.
They're describing
Endgame experiences.
If you haven't been here through the entire 3 hours,
definitely got a lot of progression.
And I'm getting from that you're
getting
the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put
ritual.
a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
they can have
that's-
all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
They'd be like similar
Yeah,
versions
they're
of it.
basically the same.
They're pretty
but
similar.
They're pretty
Yeah.
similar.
For boomers.
So that'd be like a
Boomers'
boss
brains
during a
can't
non-boss
handle
Yeah,
it.
there are
That's
some
correct.
cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively,
Also fair, Salvador.
generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4.
No confusion, not guaranteed. If you have been here the whole time.
I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the
Yeah.
strongboxes and essences and
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like
So
that. coming back as
initially,
well.
we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
Is that sort of stuff on the core atlas tree at all?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can kind of like see more of that if you want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of
We
different
all do,
names.
T-Man,
Mouse,
we all do.
waystone, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the pair we want to mention.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very
Everybody's
content heavy
wanted
league to
Delve
make
again.
because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing
there's
it
a lot
properly is
there.
a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like, I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there.
How long is needed for the
heaps of
drop,
stuff, new
John Doe?
animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion. We've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah,
Okay,
you're
so
not
you
just going to
probably
have a
just have to
floating
be
roof.
in the category until 9 p.m.
The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Well,
standing and on the
mistakes
broom
were
bar.
made. Now we have minimum. That's a world
Minimum
where you had
vacuum
super
cleaners?
uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got
So there's
there's stuff coming along. It's
Wow.
just a question of like when we actually get there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit. 'Cause
Oh my God!
and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like recording the item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE1.
Yeah.
That you're like just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like
they all have to pee, right?
Affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that
there's no chance.
There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Not just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and metacrafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and you've got but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like like the metacrafting that omens can do. Is also very interesting. Like, there's some pretty powerful stuff there, but once again, we introduced that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels, like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say, honestly, in the last month, we have, like, over, like, 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and... Wow. There's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find are very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my Mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll on it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my Exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for Regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant this stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easy to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas. where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. And then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just Rishi. Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was
rune words,
or maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance. Yes. And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, of course. Essence is what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, So
So I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about that.
Effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just that means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you've got item filters and everything.
We have
kind of improve
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. Like that is to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting it at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a player is struggling.
Yep, the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there, and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like, if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss 10 times, I'm not just gonna just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily, because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there, or a little campsite.
Or there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find, and I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like, a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But you never get to an area and don't see some, unless they are very obviously hidden intentional secrets. That
there's
they might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Don't worry about that.
You don't like the idea of ARPGs taking Souls-like direction?
Pivoting into economy.
This game definitely
the exchange.
I mean, it's not
from Path of
Souls-like exactly,
experiment.
This
recently.
game is
we
tough.
got a chance to actually try that
live
in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah,
solved a lot.
Right,
we're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like, were more engaged in Endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on that moment-to-moment basis. That's good. So, do you take that then as as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like, the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalted?
But
I don't know.
Ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen?
I mean,
hopefully,
Andy's
you don't cause
only
horrible
5
hyperinflation
weeks old,
or have
so
some horrible issue
think
like
she
that. But I guess
even see colors.
Partly, this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like, if there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that, or with gold, in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago,
funny,
we're like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The paths we weave.
Mm-hmm.
How likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like the currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that fixed a lot of the it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying drains.
Yeah, they
most
were
of the
for
time.
sure. They were.
Yeah, definitely.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to
it
accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well, I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that like it is a game about economy and trade,
100%.
and for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's
early access releases December 6th?
In some ways,
this interview is actually going right up until December 6th.
I mean, I
early
simply
access launch.
simply because again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know where to
get
get them
it
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because
the
I need so many
video
divines
and all
I can't
was
get that
probably
because
like an
I'm
hour,
sort
right?
of self-found and farming divines.
It's been 3.5 hours since we started.
Beyond trivial. So there's a number of ways there
Over
where I'd
2
say
hours
it
was the Q&A.
honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But each to their own. That to be seen, and
and there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future.
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You put you back to solo? Okay, great.
Right.
Good. That's good to know. It's like you
have to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go. You can,
Oh, yeah.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment.
I don't know about that finger boxer.
So
I did not finish it, Bez, but I should do more.
I did lose my
was
place
fun.
there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. So, will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note, then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls. Things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than N players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
from what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off unless
having
you
a fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it'll take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets, so like you're back to normal
now,
again. So
in endgame maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as long as you don't die. So you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
And to remind
so you don't
people,
get to go through the portals
if
6
you
times,
like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was. Which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something, that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Now it's worth noting in multiplayer we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, you don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance. Cool. You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint, it'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change
wonder
it
why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
He's 100% click to move. He is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it,
That'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I'll tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary. You get that kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. Yeah, it's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
I'm feeling
it's
the
a while.
We're getting creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later, though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like,
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those radius?
We replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
Hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We've got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go just to start thinking. Just start thinking about that.
It's a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today, then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like
so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction level by a very, very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the Mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the Mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know. Cool. I've been loving the Mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more tactical.
Maybe I don't know. Like I like it. I really like that.
Correct if you.
But honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time whenever I change.
In-depth review of all 12 classes.
So it's whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So right now I'm doing a Mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But It's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that Monk and then Warrior had the highest satisfaction levels.
Warrior's next, like, by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
That's pretty good. That's 2 melee classes.
Exactly.
That's a win.
You know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but...
It's such a change from, like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I just have a like real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and then just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to hear some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not getting enough attention.
I don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So it just feels cool.
All right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I liked that I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full Grenader. You were.
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I know what. Some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, it's always just going to be fun to play around
they have so many
with
of those like stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the Ascendancy showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that.
True, Jimmy.
Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock
Woo!
here, so
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. So thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us. We're like, wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
So that's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A. That was a good day.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes now.
Oh, it was a good session. It was long. They just have so much to talk about. They're so excited about their game. Again, it was long, but it's great that they have that, Like, ultimately, I think that is something that I do love and I do very much enjoy about the devs. They weren't just like going over the same things over and over or anything like that. They were going through each piece, but they just had so much to say about it, so much about the design process, so much about that, because they're very actively involved. They're very actively playing all of that. So,
congrats on the baby.
Thank you, SNRDB. So make sure to get your subs in now. All right, let's just do a quick 3-4 hour review of everything they said. And then we'll be good. All right. It's time to go be a dad. GG. Mwah. Kisses to you all. Thank you guys for being here. Don't forget to follow us up if you haven't already. I will recap this late tonight, tomorrow, something like that, because it's a little much right now. It's food time, so.
Okay, go get him.
Attack. Peace, everybody. Have a good one. Thanks for being here. I hope you guys